we? We know the answer is if you're in the UK, you're melting. That's the only answer. Hello, Tekken. There we go. Set up the side chain. That'll do. Hello, Eggwood. Hello, Azure. Actually on time. No worries. Any kind of watching is good for the channel. Thanks very much. My screen set up. Now we know that's working. Zoom in on you guys. There we go. Can everyone see the screen okay? I'm getting that warning again that the stream's bitrate is lower than expected. See everyone here okay? Yeah? He seems to think it's actually perfect, like 0 faults. Mike is a little quiet relative to the music. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Well, let's just turn the music down because it's probably the easiest solution right now. That's supposed to be background music anyway. Hello, Hendrix. Hello, Beat Daddy. The Beat Daddy. Hello, Tabs. Other people. Hello, Lee. Other people saying the mic's okay. Actually, I'll tell you what I can do. I'll move that full. You guys tell me if the music goes down in volume. Did you guys lose the music for a minute there? I'll do it again. Did you guys hear a drop in the music? Okay, right, good. So that's working in terms of sending the music to you guys. So if I just drop that by, let's say 6 dB for now. Cool. Hello, Rove. Hello, Costa. Hello to Spain. Where's everyone tuning in from right now? Would love to see me do a remake in the style of Demi Requisimo. Sounds either French or Italian. But that's probably due to my awful pronunciation. Stockholm. Tabs is in England. Enjoying the cooler weather. Hang on, just let me go and look at my thermostat. Oh yes, only 29 in my attic right now. Stream from my attic studio, by the way. Which, as you might imagine, for a British home is heavily insulated for the majority of the cold weather. So, right now I have a fan blasting and two giant skylight windows wide open. Doing its best to get rid of any heat, but I will survive. Actually, I need to go on headphones. You guys will be hearing lots of music leaking through the microphone, affecting our sound quality. Let's turn that down. Oh, music stopped. Testing. There we go. I am on headphones. I didn't melted. Hello, Gamelot. Been binging all my vids. Well, thank you very much. Oh, thank you for the 20, Red King. Weird, even. No, you hosted a Discord server. Okay. Any reservation? Oh, you've sent the link on Coffee. Okay, that's what you were talking about. Okay. Cool. Right. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll check it on Coffee first. Coffee's been really weird. I can't... Every time I want to check it, it's been hard to get on my mobile, which is really annoying. It's fine on desktop still, but when I'm just out and about and I want to check messages and things and reply to people with just simple thank yous, it's been an absolute nightmare, so I'm really behind now. For all of you who have donated and not received a message back, I am so sorry. But thank you again, all the same. Bosh, indeed. Hello, Sensu. Hello, Old Young. The goat, apparently so. I still plan on getting a goat avatar of some kind. Is that kind of egotistical? I don't think it's egotistical if the goat looks completely deranged, does it? Like one of those ones with its tongue stuck out and its eyes in different directions. I think that would be a good representation of myself. Yeah, it makes sense, Weird. Thank you very much. So it wasn't able to be scraped by the bots just yet. Yeah, I'll get to that actually tomorrow. I mean, technically I do have one there, just sat dormant, because I did start to set one up a good while ago. Thanks, Peter. Peter Griffin. Brilliant. I just need to check. It's on live top chat again only. It defaults to this top chat instead of live chat. So I've probably missed a ton of messages. Here we go. Subspace is here. Hello, the Jet Witch. Oh, have I checked the Usual Suspects plugins yet? No. Okay. I need to grab the firmwares. I just never got around to it. The audio, I mean, I've checked them out in terms of the audio demos. The virus was literally 1-to-1. So no need to doubt their other ones. It's basically just ripping the EEPROM out of the machine, isn't it? As long as it's just like a games emulator. As long as you can provide the firmware, the ROM, EEPROM, then it should be identical to the hardware, minus obviously the any analog output stage or converters. Nearly at 100k, yes, I know, incredible, isn't it? Yeah, I'm good. It's a little bit better in England right now. I am getting some wind through the windows, a little bit, and I've got a fan here as well. Any recommendations for good sample packs? Weird samples from Mars are okay. I was just about to say, I mean, Splice, because samples from Mars are on Splice, as is all the Zen stuff, Sennheiser, Oliver stuff. The depending on what it entirely depends on what genre you're in, really. But I just get everything from Splice because I need to work in different genres a lot of the time, and then I use my ears. You boycott Splice? Why? Oh, since they're under Spitfire's ownership. What happened at Spitfire that you didn't like? Was it the sacking of Chris? What's he called? The original founder? Chris Henderson, yeah. Oh, and you don't like Chris. Right, okay. Okay. Over at, what is it? Crow Hill now? He never got fired. He's still on the books. Yeah, he just had to leave. Hello. Hypo. Yeah, well, it's a tough one. I don't remember what he was saying. I know he was trying to defend some parents' rights on something, but he was trying to do it on. He was doing it on the social media account of his business, which was stupid. I don't understand why you would start aligning yourself politically or in any of those kind of touchy, complicated subjects whilst on a business account. He should have vented on his personal. While we're here, I'm going to the first request from Cossa. Wanted me to have a look at Demi, what was it, Riquissimo music. So I'm going to do that. Any particular tracks, Cossa, if you're still here? What comes up on my search? There's one here, 10 months ago. Shall we go most popular? That's a back-to-back live set. Don't go away. Looks like the most popular on YouTube so far, anyway. Oh, I just turned the monetization off now. I don't even start it with it on. There's no point on the live streams. It doesn't even just demonetize, it actually gets blocked in certain countries, I've noticed. I don't know if waiving my monetization rights stops that either, though, but we'll soon find out. Oh, you just got yourself a, oh, you're just ordering an RME babyface. Good, good. There's your next 10, 15 years of interfaces sorted. That's what you call great economic value. Your mic mode was stuck. I've never heard of that before. Focusrite are normally pretty good. Your messages don't show up because and you were blocked and banned because someone thought you were a 12-year-old troll. Oh dear. I won't ask what you were typing. Hello, Lewis. Is Costa still here? What's the browser extension showing me all the stats? Oh, that's vidIQ. I'm not a paying member, so it's just the free one. vidIQ. It's you've probably come across them before. It's the channel that does general kind of YouTube advice. I think they are now actually affiliated with YouTube. They've been going that long, studying all the data. Obviously, being a musician, not a YouTuber, I'm still having to learn about YouTube. So I have to look at channels like that as well. Hey, here's Costa. Love State is another one. And what we're listening for, because so far I'm just hearing kind of standard, what would you call this? It's not quite tech house, is it? It's just house, really. I need to hear some more just to get a feel. Okay, so similar bass rhythms. What was the other one? Love State. Oh, this is got work. The work a cappella. Sweep my yard. That was a terrible patois impression. Sorry about that. Have a listen. Okay, so that's a bit more 808 electro house, 80s house. There's the French Kiss influence. Stabs. Not really hearing a massive common thread through, other than house, obviously. I don't know what to say about it. I'm not hearing anything kind of bespoke that I would base a tutorial around. Is there something particular that's eluding you that you don't know how to do on these kind of things? Hi, Gottfried. Yeah, I'll get back to that in a second. Chris Luno, that was it. Sound design. Have you got any tracks suggestions ready for me? Chris? Sorry, not Gottfried. not, you're not Chris. You're asking me about Chris. You like the way they work the synths? Nostalgic. Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, Game a lot. These stabs sound like what Ketema's kind of emulating as well. Got to be very careful with nostalgia at the moment. Did anyone see Resident Advisor's last video? I need to go on this rant before we press on. And I don't normally really like their videos that much, but this one is something I've been saying for a little while now. They've hit the they've finally hit upon the same conclusion. Where is it? There we go. Is electronic music stuck? 12 days ago. The argument being, yeah, the sound of the 2020s is nothing. We've got 3 years left, or else this decade doesn't even have a sound to it. And as someone obviously who grew up with dance music, well, I wasn't part of the scene, but being in the UK, we had a lot of firsts. This strange melting pot of cultures we have over here is great for generating new things. So if you think back to the 90s, there was almost a new genre every year, and like a genuine new genre, like completely different sounding, not just a weird offshoot of another genre. We had several through the 90s and 80s. And then after that, post kind of dubstep, there's a massive problem. Everyone's still making 20 to 30-year-old music. So when you say something like feels nostalgic, I instantly start getting red flags because I just want to warn people, like, the whole dance industry is collapsing, and it's because no one is pushing in any directions that are not safe. It's become so industrialized, so corporate. It's all about name and fame and not about making good music. That everyone's referencing 20 and 30-year-old music and bringing that back. So now the sound of the 2020s is just people making 80s and 90s again. So it's quite alarming, really. I mean, there's all sorts of other problems, of course, like the circumstances can't really exist like they used to in the 90s because we don't have monoculture now. Hello, Astro. What's that? Astro Moo Cow. Hello. So yeah, anyway, yeah, we'll have a look at Dem uses a lot of a Korg M1R, does he? Okay. I've got one of those here somewhere. Or is it an M3 rack I've got? It's not hooked up. But yeah, if you want these 80s, 90s stabs, I mean, a good free place is what was the Meat Beats? I hope it's still free. What's it called? The Orb Hits. Yeah, yeah. That's full of. That's basically an EMU unit. It's got. Well, that's rave. They've got 80s and 90s stabs in there. Although they're samples, so you can't alter the chords. Well, the chord samples are chord samples, obviously. The single sounds like the bass aren't, but not a bad start for free. A bit more ravey, I suppose. Yeah, Core Game 1's a great place to start. Any of the workstation style, they're called romplers, really. They're not synths. They're effectively sample players with some minimal synth. Hang on, let me just bring this back up. I mean, there's nothing going on with the synths that's very strange. That's just a saw wave detuned. It might be layered with a Rhodes piano. It's classic. It might not even be detuned. It might be chorus. I mean, that is just the French. Is that just a sample of French Kiss? Underneath over a Latin loop. That sounds more like an electric piano, a FM electric piano, frequency modulation one, not a Rhodes style. I think the nostalgia behind it is, well, obviously it's all 80s sounds, but it would be the chords as well. Lots of cluster ninths I'm hearing. So that is in what? Let's get me. Let's just find out what the key is. And I'll show you what I mean by a cluster ninth, instead of throwing words at you. So that's in B. Yeah, if you literally just take, for that type of sound, I'm just going to turn the unison up on that, and then we're going to turn down the filter. We're going to give it some release. We'll give it some chorus and reverb. Why not? A bit of time on there. And let's just make sure my keyboard is plugged in. Yeah. Oops, I need to make sure random voices are on. Too much filler. Too much detune. So, when I say cluster ninth, so that we're in B minor. Actually, let me show you in A minor, so everything's the white notes. We can just easily see what that looks like. That's an A minor chord, right? So a ninth, if you just keep going, is another one there and another one there. Because a minor chord's made up of 1, 3, and 5. So then we have 7 and 9. All a cluster voicing is changing the octaves, so everything's kind of clustered together. The classic one, what I just played there, if you take the 7th and the 9th from above, that would normally sound like this, by the way. Right? I mean, it still sounds pretty 80s. You just take those, put them down the octave, so they end up kind of inside the chord like that. You actually end up with the 7th at the bottom. Doesn't matter because you'll have a bass part doing something to do with the A, right? It sounds like that. Put it on some kind of dotted rhythm. Where's my tempo? Just moving up and down. It's just that kind of thing. Oh, thank you for... Oh, what did I see? Why did I see that? Sorry. Thank you to DJ Kata, $24.99. Thank you. I'm very sorry I missed that. I'm bad at staring at both screens. It's I need to get... thing is, I've got my speakers either side of my big main screen, so I can't put another screen directly to the left. Maybe I should put one above. What if that would hurt my neck? These things you have to consider now. I'm, you know, in my 40s. But yeah, that's what they're doing with. It seems like a lot of the chords, lots of cluster voicing. In terms of sounds, obviously that's that kind of thing. If you want the FM piano sound, your freeway is Dext, but it's an interface nightmare. You're going to have to rely on the presets, and you can download. Where is it? Carts. Here they are. So you have to grab the. This is based on the original Yamaha DX7, which is where all those sounds come from, and these are all the original settings for the cartridges that you could buy. So I don't know if we get a good one. So this will have all the FM pianos in there. What's a Rhodos? That is not. You might have to be careful with velocity on some of these. Yeah, that's in the wrong octave. What's F chorus? Oh, how lovely. But yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare in terms of its interface, but it is free and it is a complete DX7 inside there. Failing that, for paid plugins, you want FM8 or you can make them in Vital. You just don't get anywhere near as much options in terms of FM. What else? Exact. Make a free one. We should have cut down DX7. Is it Exact? Oh, it's with a K, isn't it? That one. So there's probably... There's all my Streets of Rage sounds I made. Any pianos? Keys. EP. But yeah, you'll find all those 80s. But yeah, just get the M1 otherwise. Use what everyone else had. Roland D50 maybe. What else? What else was big at the time? Probably Yamaha unit as well. Right, anyway. Onto the Chris Luno thing for Gottfried. Recommendations for studio monitor headphones. I don't actually know, because the headphones I rely on, HD25s, are not really for studio monitoring. Technically, on paper, they do a terrible job for that, but I don't use them as monitors because I have monitors and I have a half-decent room. I have a very, very good room at the studio, and here I'm quite treated. I've got lots of sound traps up here in my attic. It's not ideal, but what I'm trying to say is I use my headphones as like a second check they're not the main thing. They're not my main reference. If you're going to invest in a proper, set of headphones because you can't fix your environment, which obviously most people's scenario is they don't get the luxury of a proper studio. So if your headphones are going to be your main monitoring environment, then you might want to look into something like the Slate, is it VTX? What are they called again? The ones that model environments. VSX, sorry. Slate VSX. Not cheap. I think they start from, $350? But, I mean, if you're going to get a set of Sennheiser HD 650s, which are like the go-tos, you're looking at, 250 on them anyway? And you can model the HD 650s or 600s inside of the Slate VSX software, as well as lots of studios and inside cars and all that kind of thing. But, disclaimer, I've never used them, but engineers that I respect the ears of have said good things about the Slate. And I've liked Slate software ever since they hired Fabrice Gabriel to model the hardware. I don't know if he's still there, but oh, thank you for the 10, Red. The we can look at the plucks and percussion of KX5 Escape for DJ Kata. Yeah, I like that track, Dead Mouse, isn't it? With it Haler? I wonder if what I did a track with Haler, and I don't know if it ever came out. Great writer. I'll have to find out. Oh yeah, I think it did. Anyway, KX5 Escape. I don't remember them being super unusual. We can have a look at those. I'll look at the Chris Luno stuff first because Gottfried was asking me, said he thought it sounded really hard to do. So, right, what were your suggestions? Sorry, I'm just looking up at the chat here. Chris Luno. Dolphin Groove. Was that one? Can dolphins groove? See you again. Or internet. All right, let's get a couple loaded and then we'll see see if we can spot a through line. Depends on if he is sound design focused. From the way you're describing him, I presume he is, in which case it's probably not going to be guessable, because if he's a synth nerd, he might have a modular system, which would be impossible to reverse engineer. But I can give you what I'm hearing. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's just get this. Okay, so we got a few different things so far. I'd say there's probably lots. Is the Korg Collection 6 fire, or is it not worth it? I mean, if you buy it and use it, then it's fire. As long as you don't buy it and then not use it, I suppose it depends on what you want. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of great stuff in there. M1, MS-20 would probably be worth it alone, wouldn't they? Does it come with the Microkorg one as well? I presume it's the whole collection, so yes. It's a good point, Hypo. I'm not sure about Slate introducing latency. If it's just convolution, it might not be that bad. If you want to play through them, that's the only issue, isn't it? Obviously, monitoring for checking sound quality is not, latency is not a problem. But it's when you want to play through them, if you're playing live. Godfrey says, all right, he's in the box, he's not on a modular. Okay. Okay, so I'm hearing a couple of things. Reminds me a bit of some Joy Orbison. Not stylistically. I mean, you know, you got those, what I would call CS80 brass tops. This also sounds like CS80 pad. So he likes his brassy laser pads, plucks, transy plucks. Simple respace, not respace. I mean pad bass. I've somehow got into the habit of calling every pad bass a respace for some reason. I'm like everyone else now on YouTube. Seems to like their stacked fourths in their arps. Maybe that's an oscillator distance, or maybe it's an actual composition. Okay, let's have a look. That's a piano. That's not a synth. That's a sample, or an virtual instrument. Hello, Bart. I'll have a look at that for you. Solent Symphonies. Just writing it down. Oh, got a timestamp. Thank you very much. From 1 minute. How he made the synth. Or synths sound like that. Okay. We'll have a look at that in a minute, if we can. Alright, so there's no synth to analyze in this one. That's a piano sample or a piano played with a phaser on it. I can tell you already it's playing chords 1, 3, and 4. All sevenths. With a common voicing at the top, which would be note 3 of the scale. I don't know what key we're in. As for the bass, sounds like there's 2 basses, or is there 3? You've got the plain sine doing the do 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 do, just 2 octaves. Do 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 do, and then the bow bow. There's a like an enveloped saw thing. Oh, you've got the Ghostbuster swell. Where is it? There you go. There. You just do that with a filtered saw and then send an LFO to the pitch so it wobbles. Very fast. Probably detune or chorus. Probably chorus. Yeah, not a lot. In terms of sound design, I mean, there's not a lot going on there. That's more about sound arrangement. We've got some nice placement of, it's mostly sine bass, playing octaves, and then question answer with a little another octave, but on a little saw pluck bass. Nothing too strange. It's got a bit of resonance on the filter. Doesn't sound like a strange waveform to me. This has got the most interesting waveforms, as in ones I probably wouldn't be able to guess. So that sounds mostly saw plucky, but it's not a saw. I can already tell that's got some alterations to it. I don't know if that's one you're struggling with. That doesn't sound like the... It's playing fifths a lot. Let's just go back to Vital so I can make quick sounds quickly. Quick sounds quickly. Makes sense. Hi, Just Finn. Hi, Bedra. Hi, Conrad. Always such a happy surprise to see me live. I do keep a regular schedule, you know. If you've not clocked, it's last Sunday of every month. But yeah, I'm glad you're happy to find me live. So this is just the usual. I'm just going to start there. Plucked saw as always. Let's just get something similar to the line. We've got a bit of there's octave stuff going on. I'm just going to put an octave in there as well, up 12. I don't know if it's a phasing thing or if it's actually just an octave being mixed in. Right, so that sounds like the line. Obviously that's not the sound yet. This we're going to need a little bit of is it just no, it's not. Let me just see what happens when I... No, because that gets all woody in the 2-octave range. So there's some kind of synth phase. I mean, sorry. There's another oscillator which is phasing with it. It's definitely not another octave. It's in this octave, or whatever waveform is mixing in is cancelling the main. Actually, let me just go opposite phase. There we go. So as you mix in and out of phase one, you get that octave coming through. Again, I'm not sure it's a saw. It feels like a shame I can't do both of these at the same time. Might have to go into Serum for that. But you know, it's an altered saw. It's it might be. I don't think it's that kind of shape. I'm definitely hearing. It's either it's like slightly asymmetrical or rounded. But you know, given how many choices we have these days, it could be a million things. But it's not. What I can tell you, it's definitely not. Is any kind of that kind of waveform? Anything mega complicated? It's not a noisy type waveform. You know, it's nothing like this. Well, you can hear that how noisy waveforms behave. It's extremely bright. Lots of phasing within them. Wiry, even. I don't know how you would describe them. So it's definitely not. They make good layers, by the way. But yeah, there's nothing. I mean, nothing super strange going on that I can hear in terms of his pluck. It would just be a case of spending a couple of hours finding waveforms that sound similar to. Yeah, that's the octave bit I meant, by the way. The reason I thought it might be phasing is that I could hear the whole sound get weaker as the octave came in, but that could just mean he's got a compressor on the output. So when the octave comes in very loud, that it squashes the rest. It doesn't necessarily mean it's phasing. That's all that means. Now, that's what I meant. As for the thing up top, you can get that quite simply with just delaying the attack of one of these. We don't want any resonance. Can we? The other reason I'm saying is it's not the saw and it's somewhat rounded is because you hear how no matter what filter we use, we're getting the kind of wah. Normally you associate that with filter resonance, the wah sound, right? I'm not hearing any of that in his pluck, and that's not just the filter. That's down to the waveform not having certain parts of the frequency range, and you definitely get less of the wah thing if the saw wave doesn't have the edges basically. The other thing we can rule out is anything saw bass, again, unless it's rounded off in some way, because it's not got that hollow. It's basically a square wave has every other harmonic missing, so you can tell that sound. I call it like a fluty sound, a woody fluty hollow sound. Even on a pluck envelope, you can tell it's not the saw. It's not a square, so it's definitely somewhere. Unless it's I wonder if it's that's not a bad shout actually. Just pulse width manipulated. It could be a square or a saw if it's pulse width modulated, because it's pulse width manipulated, not modulated, because you don't even need the thing to modulated. To me suggests it's on the move, by the way. That's why I'm changing the language. Pulse width manipulated just means the center's been offset. So that kind of gets you. Anyway, yeah. The other thing up top sounds. When I said Yamaha CS80 brass, I always mean something like. Speaking of rounded saws, actually, let's just look for. Some classic. Do we have anything? Profit saw. There we go. Something with a bit of edge off it. Any of those. Oh, lovely. The Moog. So let's attack, and then we don't take. So if you put a ton of echo and delay on these kind of things, you can get. If you program those in, let's just add another one. Instead of 7 up, you want 5 up. Let's grab one of those again. I'll show you what I'm meaning by this Yamaha CS8T. So slow attack on either the filter or the volume envelope. Gets you this. Kind of thing. I would go maybe 12. There we go. 12 dB per octave. And then it's all in fourths. Obviously, you've got to time your attack to be still audible, depending on how fast your line is. But when you program an ARP on those kind of things, I have no idea what key we're in. So I'm just going to press some random notes. Short. I'm going to go in fourths actually myself. This kind of effect. And then he's also thrown a phaser on the end. That kind of vibe. He's doing a lot of that up top in his ARPs. Anyway. Thank you, Conrad. I'd be terrible at remembering I was live as well if it wasn't for Google Calendar. Actually, I tell a lie. I do have a monthly marker, which is my favorite brewery. Opens on the last Saturday of the month. They open up their actual brewery to the public and use it as like a bar. So we go there on a Saturday, get a few pints in, and then obviously for that evening I have to be careful not to go too far, or else I would be in a terrible state to speak to you guys. So it's a good way of keeping me in check. Does the phaser destroy the mono compatibility? It depends on the phaser. Good question. I mean, I say good question. Again, going back to my earlier rant about the lack of originality. I know I did a video which a lot of people have watched about mono compatibility. I also need to remind people that a lot of stuff just doesn't matter in the great scheme of things. Let's have a listen, shall we? Let me just do this. Let's just put you on loop and then listen in mono. I mean, it should have the same effect, right? Because if it is phase cancelling, that's the whole point of a phaser. So this particular one seems fine. Let's have a look at another Sheepadoodle. Another cool one I like. Seems right. What if we put spread up? Oh, that's the spread of the notches. So there's a stereo. Seems fine. Like I say, the whole point of a phaser is to phase cancel. So if you get some phase cancellation in mono, then hooray. It's kind of the point, right? This needs to be... Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, and contrary to that advice, it's not an effect you would use to get stereo out of a mono source without affecting the sound. You know what I mean? Like the classic way of just using a cancelled halves delay, like my little rack does, or indeed Voxengo Stereo Touch. The whole point of that technique is to add stereo without affecting. Let me just affecting the character of the sound very much. And that one's completely unchanged in mono. That's just a small delay on each side, out of phase. Yeah, phaser mono compatibility is not really an issue, is it? It's kind of the whole point, not to be transparent. If you want something going wee 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 wee, you want it to be going wee 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 in mono as well as stereo. So yeah. As for going back to Godfrey's original queries, yeah, I'd anything in this one? I like the pad he's building with there. There's a pad in the background coming up, which is it's not really a filter sweep. It sounds more like one of those noisier oscillators being mixed in, and it's just being held on chord 1 for tension while the rest is going around. What is it? 6 sounds like chord 6, chord 3, chord WAD 7. And that sounds like, yeah, again, he's doing fourths and fifths. Again, just on a plucky saw thing. Nothing mental. There is, I am hearing a little bit of kind of something squarish mixed in on that one. Whether it is an actual square mixed into a saw or whether it's actually just the oscillator itself. Could be. But there's both the plucks and the slow attacks in there again, which is why I was kind of hearing that in common with both of them. Yeah, and that one's on a 7 distance, a 5th. You can either program that in. Actually, I'll show you programmed in. Let me mix a little bit of a square in here. Let me low pass it so it rounds off a bit, something like that. We want super plucky. Not too loud. 4-bar progression. What key was that? E. So that means it's it starts on C, chord 6, and that's going to be too high. Let's just put a really basic. I don't know if this was the rhythm. I can't remember now. Let's just do the chords so you get the vibe of where it's chord 3, wasn't it? And then chord 1, chord 7. Oh, damn. Hang on a minute. I've done double time. Yeah, it was doing something like grabbing that and then up a 5th. I'll sort the sound out in a minute. Let's just call it that for now. It's kind of creating a There was a pad behind it filling out some of the rest of the chord, but that gives you an what's called an add ninth kind of vibe. And I don't know if he's automating on the fly, but some of his sounds were slow attack, and then obviously the fast attack ones are the plucks. Yeah. Let's put a normal saw on this here. Round it off a bit. Anyway, nothing mental, as far as I can tell. Thank you for the 10. Game a lot. The weird main stab from Ketama Purple Hearts. We can have a look. I'll put it in the queue. But thanks, Gottfried, for the question. Hopefully you learned something there. Just catching up on some chat bits. I am behind. Sorry, I'm very bad at multitasking. Once I'm staring at my screen doing synth stuff, I miss a lot of chats. But yeah, to get the atmosphere, that's partly sound design, partly that's music as well, obviously, chord choice. As you can see, there's no that's what's called a fifth chord. There's no middle notes in the chord there. Kind of leaves it a bit more desolate, as opposed to doing the full. Very different. Oops. Very different to having the full chord in there, right? So yeah, good a good reverb. Put some Dragonfly Hall reverb on it. Nice freebie. Well, you'll be soaking in atmosphere. Keep it nice and plucky. Don't open your filters too far, and you're yeah, you should have plenty of mood as long as you get the chords right. By the way, there's nothing musically. There's nothing out of the ordinary going on. It's all diatonic, which means everything is within a scale, a single scale. There's nothing. You don't have to worry about any kind of strange chords. It's all just standard stuff. Like I say, this is basically that gives it what's called an add 9. That note. I talked about that in my house chords video when I showed levels. I think was it levels I was mentioning add 9s in? I can't remember. That's what we call an add 9. It can't be a 9th chord because there's no 7th and there's no 3rd in there. So they say add 9 instead of a 9th. So you don't. A 9th just insinuates the rest of the chord is present. That's why I'm using the word add 9. Oh, thank you, Dan. For what have we got here? 30. Wow, thank you. Is that Aussie? A dollars? Thank you, Dan. Dan M. Dan the man. Great videos. You know a lot. Can explain it well. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. What did I mean by the pad? The pad that was opening up. Well, essentially, it was just holding this note, right? Sounded like it was just holding this. The track was in E, wasn't it? So that was chord 1. So the only difference with the pad is you'll have full sustain. And it sounded like with pads you might have some detune or oops, let me put some stereo back on. Oh, that's weird. Why isn't mine? Oh, I've still got the mono turned on. Hey. So let's get rid of our puck envelope. So imagine it's just a saw pad with a filter on. In the background, maybe a bit of chorus. Who knows? Yeah, what I heard was some kind of noisy waveform. Literally does not matter what. Something complicated. Yeah, anything that looks noisy. Let's bring that up on the second filter here. Not. It's probably a bit too buzzy. Actually, a bit too thin. Can we have a non-thin one? Non-thin noise. I said literally anything will do, and then the first thing I got, it didn't work. It'll do. That'll do. Sounds kind of like a bagpipe, doesn't it? Yeah, so to build the tension up that drop, all I could hear was something like, it's obviously either a layer, it doesn't have to be another oscillator, but it just felt like one of those was being volumed in, as opposed to doing the usual, the filter suite thing. It felt like one of those was being volumed in, which a nice texture. It certainly added a lot of high frequencies to build tension. That's all I meant by the pad. Right, let's have a quick look at KX5 Escapes. Plucks and percussion was the request, right? I've DJ Cat, and again, thanks for Red King for bringing it up on the. Oh, if you're wondering why I keep saying Red King, by the way, it's Weird Northeast account name change. Account name change? Oh, did you get a new account? I can't remember. Escape. Anyone else think this sounded this came out at a very similar time to was it John Summit? She did I Wanna Know Where You Are. Very similar vibe. She's a good writer, Hayla. Alright, so these are the standard Dead Mouse books, aren't they? Famous Sylenth preset, if I remember rightly, isn't it? So what you're dealing with here is parallel, they're kind of parallel thirds, but they're actually, the third is an octave up, which makes it, what, a tenth? To my eyes speak true. So it's 6, 7, 1, 4, 5, 6. Pretty classic Dead Mouse progression. In what key? If that's 6. I didn't A minor, is in all the white keys. Good. Right, so we're on the dotted 8th rhythm, 3/16. Let's go. Can I see 16ths? Why are you only showing me 32? It won't let me scroll. There we go. Thank you. Right, so it's this rhythm. Let's just go memory for now, and I'll tweak it later. We don't even need the actual line. And then it's back up to 6, isn't it? So chord 6, chord 7, chord 1, chord 4, chord 4, 5, and 6. So that this one is down an octave, and then you add the third above, what would be the next note of the chord. It's just correct for all the white notes because it's all in A minor. There we go. And then you just take this top one and put it up the octave. That's the notes. Hello, Tariq. Just Finn, if you want to build a chord progression in Dorian or Frisian, how would you go about it? I'm bored of making the same progression in diatonic scales. Yeah, I'll come back to that question. It's more the why, really. For me, it's got to be an emotional decision because depending on your task at hand, what you're trying to paint, what emotion you're trying to convey, yeah, I've got lots to say on that. I'll come back to it. Just writing that down. It is something we need to discuss. It's an early trap that especially musicians like me get into, and I want to pass on the lesson I've learned that might be important. Okay. Plucks. So let me just undo some stuff. I'll keep the reverb and delay on, why not? So let's just go back to normal. So what happens with plucks like this is you can hear there's a slight phasing in there. And that comes from very close tuning. So if I add unison voices and they're not super detuned like this, that gives you that harder trance vibe, right? If you just really tighten the tunings up, whoops, not this. Let me get rid of this. Very similar to having a chorus set very, very close in like microseconds instead of milliseconds. So like this, if I just take all that off, this should give a similar effect. You don't let them basically delay too much. And you'll hear that phasing in the high frequencies. In fact, all you're doing when you chorus like this is you're actually making it close to a flanger, because the only difference really is how tight the timing is on the delay. Choruses are a looser timing. Flangers are really, really close. Anyway, so yeah, for me it sounds more like unison though. If I remember the Sylinth preset rightly, it was stuff to do with this. And then there's numerous ways you can get different amounts of attack. You can put I call them a tick envelope. You can put a tiny tick, tiny blip like that onto onto a white noise, you might want to funnel that through through its own filter, so not all the highs are getting through. Maybe on a bandwidth envelope like that. I mean, bandwidth filter like that. Or one of the classic things that was done in the silence days was add the tick envelope to the pitch. So you get that effect. Or you can do, again, something like a noisy waveform. Have that on the tick envelope, just the volume of it. So you got that. But in general, you're going to want a very quick you're kind of in that area. Anyway, what about the percussion? Can we just talk about? Let's just fast forward through the track so I can. It's very soft at the start, by the way. Here, that's just not letting the filter open too much. I don't know if you would do a 12 or an. Oh, by the way, also with plucks, this curve matters a lot. On a lot of older synths, you didn't get control over the curve of the envelopes. Only attack, decay, sustain, and release, right? So the way it decayed and the way it, on the way to its sustain phase, was a massive part of the filter sound, because it used to be kind of bespoke to the filter, and the resonance wouldn't necessarily be linear either. You can have curves like if you also send the envelope to the resonance, so it's backwards, you can get a bit of resonance at the bottom once it's finished, with almost no resonance at the top. And that gets you more of that piao sound. So you've got the roundness at the bottom. It is a Deadmau5 track, yeah. KX5 is just the name of Deadmau5 and Cascade together. Yeah. And then, actually, just like speaking of Chris Luno, I just noticed, so he's just taken, this rhythm, he's added some attack. I'm just going to put it on the same sound here. Up the octave. Bit more filter. None of this resonant thing. Sounds like more envelope on that. And then just shift it off by 1. It's like a little counterpart thing. Probably sounds like a 12. You got that in the middle there. Just. Oh, sorry, wrong rhythm. It's on the other side. It's one more over. It's not do it. It's do 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 do. There we go. Yeah, so just take your original rhythm and then shift it over by half a beat. 2/16, 1/8. Again, I've not got the pluck right yet, but you know, it's you understand the tools to get. And then underneath, what we're building with is effectively almost the same again. Again, there might be variations in waveform, but if you just ignore the rhythm and draw this out as a pad. One second. Piece of paper is digging into me. Draw these out. Should have done it all in one go. I'm not sure if I can hear them. They might have filled out the chord with the. So we just take away the envelopes. We don't need. They might have put in the middle note. Let me just hear that again. Yeah, it is there. Okay, right. So, in fact, there might be two things going on. I think I can hear a drone on note 5. So let me just put a drone in, and then they filled out the. It's not the middle note. It would be the top note of the chord, right? Because your chord's normally this, and we put the third up the octave. Remember, this is what would have gone on the top. Though this is always like a fifth above. You've got that coming up underneath. Probably on a filter. Yeah. That's probably automating its way up for tension as we come through this pre-chorus. Actually, that's technically the chorus, isn't it? Oh, and the upper, the thing that was building tension in the pre, that thing, is now just following the original pitch path. Instead of holding for tension, we're now we've gone back to those notes, offset again by 1/8, up the octave. Of course, sidechain. Come to that in a minute. We're going to talk about percussion, aren't we? Yeah, as for percussion, it's the classic Deadmau5 sloppy clap. Do I have Escape as already downloaded? Why is it showing me that? Oh, I'm an idiot. No, I don't. Okay. I was going to say, you can probably see on the waveform, deadmau5 is notorious for putting claps early. Gives you a slightly wonky groove. So your backbeat is rocking you back and forth. It's like a build up to the clap before the transit. Watch my, I talk about it in the, no, I don't talk about deadmau5, but I talk about that timing in my house drums tutorial. I think it's just called a different kind of tutorial, house drums. As for his kicks, he doesn't go for particularly big kicks, does he? They're very, they've almost got an acoustic quality to them. They sound like real bass drums, really, if you've got an ear for that kind of thing. Let me give you a quick idea of what I'm talking about instead of just trying to describe it. Actually, I could load up Modo drums. Did something not happen? All right, okay. Right, so everything so far I'm hearing, I would class as electronic. That's almost acoustic. And I'm talking about the top bit. You hear that kind of like bop, that back. I don't know how you would. It's almost a natural sounding where the beater would hit the skin versus something like that, which is very digital, clicky. Probably could only be made by a synth. That one's quite acoustic. It is softer, but doesn't necessarily. See, that's very digital. There's kind of an acoustic. You've got the rattle afterwards as well, but hear that bap on the top, even regardless of the rattle. That's just a hi-hat leak. That's digital. That's not acoustic. That's kind of in the middle. That's kind of in the middle as well. Hard to tell because this hi-hat leak on that one. That's digital. Digital. Anyway, he goes for kind of pretty short, acoustic-y type kicks. So that would be too heavy for him normally. I mean, not that he's exclusive to. If it wasn't for the low end being terrible, that would be kind of the top of the kick he would use. Not that. Again, something kind of like that, but not quite as dull. Again, bad bottom end, but that's a kind of something he would use. But, yeah. Where was that one? That's kind of, you take some top end off it or some middles, but that's kind of in the deadmau5 area. Certainly for a top kick, if you were going to layer a click on top of one another. But yeah, so he goes for those kind of things. Early clap, and nothing mad on the hi-hats. It doesn't layer 5 top loops like I do or most house people do. There's no like character tops. It's just a hi-hat playing 8s. He might add a shaker to build pace. You know, what do we do in the chorus? No. I mean, the other thing is if you're going to produce this track properly, you would recognize that Hayla, the singer, is doing a hell of a ton of work, right? She's if she's already built that vocal arrangement and that wasn't done in the session, then the less you have to do with the music, right? If she's building to those crescendos and she's hitting those notes in that are really resonant in her range, she's kind of belting there, right? She's soaring. So the energy's all there. You don't need or big rides or hi-hats to up the energy for the last chorus. Not that this track was designed for the dance floor. I'll specify that, by the way. Joel does not write for the dance floor, which is fine. He writes for himself. But there's a reason only Deadmau5 plays Deadmau5's tracks. And maybe Cascade. But no one else plays Deadmau5 tracks in their set, really. So maybe Strobe. But yeah, so I'm not saying these things with a dance floor type mentality in mind. But in terms of a pop arrangement, there's a reason he didn't have to go for all the percussion, because she is doing a ton of work energy-wise. She's already lifted the chorus, and all he has to do is open some filters on the synths. Oh, that was nice at the end. That on the there was some kind of intermodulation distortion in there. In his which note was it? Oh, it wasn't there. He must have had an extra note in there. He must have kept adding notes to his Yeah, I could have heard that. That started crescendoing up, and it wasn't just a filter rise. There was some kind of if you take, I did a video on intermodulation distortion. If you just take an LFO and send it to something extremely fast, let's go with phase. Doesn't really matter what you send it to. Could be the filter cutoff. Could be volume. Could be pitch. You want it to go extremely fast. Let's go seconds. Like up to that kind of pace, and then you mix that in. It gives you that screamy, what happens when a brass player kind of overblows a bit too much. You get a bit of gravel in there. You can use that as like another way of crescendoing, building tension, pace, energy, without, especially if you've run out of room on the filter. Just another good way of getting some dirt in there. Oh, by the way, if Godfrey, if you're still in the chat, I've just remembered I was supposed to talk about something. Another thing, while I was just noticing what Deadmau5 does. Something else Chris Luna was doing to his synths to make them a bit more analog. You can either do it in the synth or not. You can send an LFO to wobble the pitch ever so gently over time, like this. That's the exaggerated version, but he was doing it on his plucks, I noticed. This gives it a little bit more of an organic feel. It's far more of that's more exaggerated than real pitch drift would be on an analog synth. It's real pitch drift is like a couple of cents, you know, on a well programmed and well built synth at least. But it gives you some, as long as this is not tied to tempo, and you know it's independent of the tempo of the track, you'll get a little bit of natural drift vibes. Obviously, if you want it to sound wonky, you can just crank it. But yeah, Chris Luna was doing I heard that on a few of the synths, helping the part of the mood, you know, be a very drifty kind of thing. That's a free plugin as well, by the way, Pitch Drift, Baby Audio. You can throw that on there. Or the other way is you could just set up a very slow LFO on Triangle Wave, or yeah, Triangle's probably best, so it doesn't linger at either side of the envelope. But you just send that to your fine pitch, bipolar either side, and again set it to something not synced to tempo. i.e. time. Whoops. Seconds, there we go. Very slow. Yeah. I don't know if that helps. DJ Kata. Again, thanks for weird. As for getting good vocals like Hayla, give her a bell. She'll probably be appreciated. DM her. You got to work with a proper singer. You don't get that out of you don't get that out of Splice. I'll tell you that now, unless you fluke one. In general, I would recommend you all try and work with other people. One of my other earlier rants I didn't go into about why the industry is dying is because everyone thinks they're Prince. Well, that's the way my manager put it, and I think he phrased it really well. It's become the norm to work on your own these days, and it turns out there's been very, very, very few people in history that can successfully self-produce. One of them being Prince. Pretty much no one else. And even then, he had to write like 6,000 songs and then just put the best ones out. And most people can't do that. They're just not Prince. So you should be working with other people, especially producers. Real producers, not people who make beats and make tunes, because that's not a producer. Making music is not production. You've seen my rant on that. If you haven't seen my rant, go and watch my video on, I believe I just called it "You Are Not a Producer," which sounds offensive, but there's valuable information within. Who else? So somebody wants to look at Solon symphonies. Let me have a look at that. I don't know if they mentioned who asked for this one. Solence. I could always do a. Can I do a Control F? There we go. It was Bart. Are you still with us, Bart? I've not seen you in the chat since. Oh, here he is. Hello. Yes. Let's have a look at this then. Was it the extended mix or the normal mix? We'll soon find out. If the synth comes in at 1 minute on the normal one. Normal mix. Okay. Yeah, we've just got a standard. Ooh, nice chord change. We had a sharp 6. Oh, we've got major. Okay. Speaking of dead mouse. Ooh. Are you still with us, Finn? Just Finn? We can talk about non-diatonic chord progressions while we're here. Okay. Okay. So it's one of them. It's one of them. We got a melodic techno type thing, or whatever the genre is called. So that sound is actually what I just showed. Well, there's two things going on. I believe it's a triple octave. Let's just mute our dead mousey thing. Actually, let's go somewhere else. No. What key we in? That was, I know it's already note 6, 5, 1, and then bend on the 1. So it's in B. Let's just program it in quickly. A rough version of it. You need a good echo as well. I'll show that. What was the rhythm actually? Let me just go one more time. Okay, so it's just 8s and then double up. So, my word, that's loud. It's because I've not done the octave yet. Was it already double up? I don't think it was. I think it was a dun 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 dun. It doesn't matter. Let's just do that. Then we have so it sounded like one was down an octave, one was up an octave. Oh, it depends what note you start on, obviously, but so you've got this kind of arrangement: one down an octave, one up an octave, triple octave. I'm not sure if they're all detuned. Didn't sound like it. Maybe the middle one was. We need to be not in phase. We're either just detuned from one another. It's actually if it's sounding like a Hoover, by the way, that's one of the ways a Hoover's built. Lots of octaves not quite in tune with each other. And then it was the intermodulation thing I showed. So take an LFO really fast. And I don't know, let's send it to something on everything. So let's send it to the filter frequency or something. Can we get this? Want some bipolar? Doesn't sound good enough there. Let's go phase. What I'll probably have to do is let's put all them on one control. So let's just put them back at 0 and then send the macro over. Rama, is it that one? Oscillator 1, oscillator. Oh, it's not oscillator 2 of this. There we go. We can turn it back up again now. Now I've separated the octave. We need a bit of a plucky envelope. There was some release on there. And you gotta just turn the stereo down a minute. I'm trying to figure out if there is any. Yeah, bit of detune. Gets in that. No, it's definitely low voices because it sounds quite raw. And then we need a good let's go variety of sound. nasty delay. What did I call my rack? There we go. Nasty delay. Set to mono will do. Mono. And we just want dotted eighths. There we go, dual mono. Get some phasing going on. Where's dual mono? There. We need I wonder if FM noise would help for some of the grittiness. That's kind of in there. But that's your the building blocks of that kind of synth. It sounded again like there was some pitch instability, so you take another LFO, a slow one, and do the wobble thing. Or that could just be the detune I'm hearing, I'm not sure. So just 3 solos detuned. Some kind of intermodulation distortion. Does that answer what you thought you could hear? Why's that delay in my left ear? Could be tape flutter as well. You could do it with tape flutter, yeah. Yeah, any tape plugin worth its salt will have. What have I got? Tape flutter is a form of intermodulation distortion, so yeah. Free distortion while you're there as well. Yeah, any tape plugin will have a flutter thing on it. That's a freebie, that one. Good good shout, Tabs. Melodic Hoover. Yeah, I don't know. We've gone too far with everything now, but you know that those are your don't forget noise if you need more noise. You'd be surprised how many of those aggressive sounds have noise, laid in. So yeah. While we're at it, I want to talk about these chords because Just Finn, yeah, there he is. Interesting chord progressions in non-diatonic. So first you've got to have the rant. Because there's two sides to this story, okay? So you heard me go, ooh, I like those chords as soon as I heard this, right? Where is it? Pre-chorus, 30 seconds. So there's a problem in that I don't represent most people, but you're suffering from the same problem I have. I like those chords because, yeah, they're unusual. But that's got nothing to do with writing better music. It's almost, in a lot of cases, that might communicate something to other musicians who are not most of your audience, 99.9% of your audience, right? So you have to be very careful on the whole reason why you want unusual chords. Because there's a reason most music doesn't use unusual chords. Could it be a way of you standing out? Yes, very valid, especially with today's noise, and most AI music that's flooding the market will be fully diatonic. So there's valid reasons in that direction, especially if you explain yourself in your story. Otherwise, it's pointless. But there's always the danger that if the emotion you end up with from using a strange chord does not match something either in the lyrics, the mood, the brand, or in other words, what the audience is expecting, the effect is that you just throw them off, right? They actually just think it sounds weird and they don't like it and they turn it off, they skip next. So it works both ways. With great power, wield it with great responsibility and all that. So, speaking of which, for the non-musicians in the chat, what do these chords say to you? Do they say anything different? Because so far, all the way through this intro, we're just set up to be minor. We've got a bass just playing one note. What note is that? Let me go to a piano quickly. Doesn't matter what it is. Oh. Let's find the note. So we're in B. A lot in B today. It's a very high key for dance music. I suppose most of it's been rather chill, hasn't it? So she's singing note 5, note 4, note 1. And she does occasionally use note 3. And the bass is just down there on note 1. Doing lots of ones. Rolling bass on note 1, right? So she's painted a typical minor. That's our tonality. Did the stream go away there? My stream went away. EastEnders. Yeah. Your stream died 30 minutes ago. No, you're just trolling me. Okay. Hello, HG. Welcome back. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is we've been set up for a minor tonality. And then we move, classic move. So we go somewhere else for the pre-chorus because we're about to set something up, right? Vocalist does their job. They move to a different timing and a different area of their vocal. So she's gone up an octave. Well, she's gone up to the next octave of B. Right, so she goes, this is all still minor vocal. But we go there. We go, this is classic. So we've been in B minor this whole time. And then for our chorus, we go chord 6, classic setup. Normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. But now we go. Which is strange. And then we're back to chord 1. And then we go major. Back to 6. Sharp 6. 1. And then 1 major. What does that do emotionally to anyone who's not musical in the chat? Does that sound weird, or does it just sound cool, or does it sound off? Does it sound alien? Does it sound... I mean, what's she singing, right? What's she singing about? I hear symphonies when you look at me. Will you stay with me? Set you free. Okay. I suppose you could argue it goes to a semi-classical place. Symphonies when you look at me. Okay. It sounds jazzy. Yeah. Yeah, it is jazzy. Yeah. Cue the meme clip from the In-Betweeners. Too jazzy. Now, for the sake of showing people what I'm actually talking about in a musical sense, let's explain things. So everything's B. Actually, I'll do A minor. So we can just look at the white notes, compare everything to the white notes, A minor. Then you can see why it's not in a normal key. So we've got our bass going on the 1. She's singing around note 5, note 4, note 1, and note 3. And then for the pre-chorus, pre-drop, whatever you want to call it, there is no chorus drop, is it, vocally? We go to chord... actually, let me do all this on 1 MIDI so we can see. Let me turn that down a bit. It's actually very loud. So we spent 30 seconds on chord 1. Then we go to chord 6. Again, all the white keys. So we're in scale, nothing new. She jumps up here. Da, 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 da. She's singing this kind of melody, basically. Da, da, da. So she's on there. So she's forming a 7th chord. Because she's on the this is the 7th of the chord. 1, 3, 5, 7. Yep. And she goes to note 2 of the scale. Do, do, do. And instead of the usual, this is where you'd normally go, right? I think she stays here, doesn't she? You normally go chord 7, the classic build-up. But they don't do that. They go sharp 6, which is here. I think they use the minor version. Now we're out of scale. We're on the black notes. So there's no rules, major, minor. Jazzy. Very strange. At least I think it's chord 6. Did I need to check if it's an inverted chord, an inverted Dorian here. Hang on. Oh, I'm in the wrong key now. Hang on. Let me just put it into B's just so I can hear this note. Is that in there? Can't tell. I think there's actually that's in there as well, and it goes up to her note, so it might be actually inverted chord 6. Let me explain that. Now I figured, because I couldn't hear the top of the sharp 6. So it's only sharp 6 in the bass. Go back to A minor just so I can explain this. So a normal chord 7, we can hear sharp 6 in the bass. What I couldn't hear is this one, which would be the top of the chord 6 chord, effectively making us chord 6 minor. It fits. What I think they've actually done is this. And with the extra note and that I heard in the chord and the vocal landing on that note, we've got this chord. Lovely. Which is actually a D major 9 chord. Oops. Wrong buttons. Oh, I've launched the thing. Too many wrong buttons. No, just don't do that. Sorry for the flashbang, everyone. Back to the chord. It's a D chord, so that's actually the root note of the chord. Obviously, the bass is on the F sharp, which is what makes it what we call an inversion. I called it an inverted Dorian because D major in the context of A minor would be chord 4 in Dorian. So what's actually happening in their key, B minor, that would be an E. This is an add 9th on top. It's just that the E is not the bottom. It's not the bass note because it's an inversion. It's a sharp 6. So not only do we have this so we go chord 6, chord 4 inverted with the sharp 6 in the bass, and then we go back to chord 1 normal. Let's just stay in B minor because it doesn't matter now. No, 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 no. She goes 5, 1, 7, 1. Right. In the melody. But we're on. In fact, she doesn't actually. I don't know if did they leave that open? Did they actually put the minor in there? Or is it just left to your interpretation? No. Okay, right. Okay. So the minor is not actually there. So scrap that. That's not there. It's just an open 5th chord. Because we've been in B minor this whole time, you're expecting your brain does fill this in almost. I think she goes 4 with me, and then they fill in a major 3rd instead of a minor 3rd. Again, non-diatonic. We're out of scale. Instead of here, we're here. This is what deadmau5 does a lot. So chord 1 can be major, and it sounds great when you go back to chord 6 because you get that fall from your major 3rd. It becomes the 5th of chord 6. Na, and it goes na, while your bass goes down to 6. Na, na. Very magical sounding movement, right? It's just not typical. It's very different from staying in key. You still get that chord 6, we're going somewhere new kind of vibe, but it's just a bit more magical. So, yeah. In terms of how you approach writing those, when you gave the example of Dorian, didn't you, Finn? So, well, there's one thing you can do with a Dorian 4. You can either just go to chord 4, having been in a minor key, because they're directly related, Sounds great. Ghosts and Stuff by deadmau5 is a Dorian 4. Da 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 da. That one it hits at the bottom, the magical organ chord, that's chord 4 major. So you can throw, yeah. In terms of how you approach writing them, it's no different to any other progression, really. You just this is what's called a borrowed chord, right? So we're in B minor for the most part, or even B Dorian, but we're out of scale. We've borrowed one from another scale, the adjacent scale of B major. And you can go back and forth. You could argue that the Dorian 4 is just borrowing chord 4 from B major as well. It doesn't have to be Dorian. It just so happens that those two chords are the same thing. E major is chord 4 in B major, in the scale of B major. So this is just borrowing from the adjacent major equivalent of your minor. You could do that. That's what my deadmau5 video showed. If you've not seen it, by the way, then that'll certainly help you. What did I actually call it? Is the question. Spell deadmau5, right, Ben. There we go. Oh, yeah. I called it, again, thanks to YouTube, you have to... Why remixing deadmau5 and Cascades, I remember, is hard. I go into all of that borrowed chord stuff. It's called... it's not technically bitonal, it's multitonal. Multitonality. Musicians would call it modular... modal modulation is kind of a way of describing it. Mode just being another word for scale. You're modulating the scale. You're shifting the scale mid track. But again, I would always put the massive asterisk at the bottom, the caveat that is, be careful with what emotions you're going for. Don't just put weird chords in because you're bored. That's what I do. It doesn't make for better music. Unless, like I say, it's a deliberate branding decision. So, yeah. Okay, chord rant over. What were we on next? Ketama, Purple Hearts, chord, stabs, I believe. Yeah? Rules are just guidelines. Exactly. There are no actual rules. In terms of your approach of writing something like that, the scale actually doesn't matter there. In a way, because the arrangement is what matters in the sense of where the song goes, right? So they've spent 30 seconds just holding chord 1, because there's loads of space in the vocal, there's loads of tension. Your decision to change here is the important one. It almost doesn't matter what you change to. Obviously, if the vocal's already written, you have to go with something that works with the vocal. Doesn't sound awkward, unless you're going for awkward. So that dictates some of your decisions. If you haven't got a vocal and you're going to get a vocal to write over it, it doesn't matter where you go. If you want the pre-chorus, the pre-drop to sound like you're rising up to something, then it doesn't matter whether you go 4, 5, 6, or 6, 7, 1, or 6 sharp, 6, 7. It doesn't matter what you pick. That moving somewhere else and then rising up is the point, right? That's the point of the arrangement. So in terms of how you write in another scale, just pick another scale and then figure out what the equivalent would be, or start borrowing chords. Sorry. Yeah. So the decision to move is the important bit. Where you move doesn't really matter. In the great scheme of things, the arrangement, that's the production decision, right? The arrangement is the actual production decision that you move at that point. That's the important bit. The details don't really matter. It's nice that it's done that though. I like the change up. Does it help it stand out? I'm not sure. Because it's a standard melodic. When did it come out, that, by the way? Symphonies. So it's done 4 point. All right, separate side rant coming on just very, very quickly, and no offense to your tastes, but as great as I thought that was, here's the problem. We've got 4,500 views on YouTube. I don't know what the let's have a look quickly at the Spotify numbers. I just typed Spotify into Spotify. I think I broke the internet. Solence artist. Oh no, that's a track. So sorry, artist. There we go. Stay with me. Did it? It's not in the. It's on this EP, isn't it? Symphony. Oh, sorry, not Stay With Me. Symphonies. 7,000. Yeah. So. I mean, obviously. For a fresh artist, if that's like one of your first tracks, maybe, 3 days ago, okay. So, I'm not going to say give up or anything. You carry on. This is a starting point. But in terms of you guys who want to emulate that, then you see how this, if it's not got a famous name attached to it, that you're not going to move the needle, right? So, obviously, 5,000 is great if you're brand new and know. In an attention-starved economy, that's actually very good that they got any views at all on a genre that's quite a few years old, melodic techno. What I was getting to was, does those fancy chords change? Do they move the needle? Does it sound like a very different melodic techno track? And I would argue no, because the weirdness is buried in the pre. And then from here on, we're just Tale of Us, aren't we? Right? Exactly the same thing as all of that stuff that's been around for years. Non-melodic, melodic techno. Oh, I forgot to say about the bend. The rest is pitch bend, less than a semitone. No, it's almost Frisian in that sense. It goes to Frisian because the note repeat is. I know this sound isn't correct yet, but you just pull up slightly on the, very slightly up on the pitch bend. You would program that inside of here, by the way. Go to your, well, this is, I don't know if you're on Ableton. If you are on Ableton, you go in here, you go into MIDI controls. It'll be the first one, pitch bend. And you just bend that up less than half. Kind of thing. That's what you do, by the way. Helps with the wonkiness. I went too hard on that top oscillator there. Sounds nothing like it, but those are the building blocks of that sound. Trust me. Yes, get to Ketama Symphonies. Yeah, so consider your choices wisely. I really like those chords, but I don't think they make a difference in whether the track would be successful or not. Is it Ketama? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Purple Heart. We know this one. In fact, I've already downloaded this. I'm sure I've referenced this before for either myself or others. Let me just put in Purple Hearts in references. Purple Disco Machine and Boris Brecker. No, okay. I haven't downloaded it in the refs folder. I thought I had it. Doesn't matter. Guess about and realize Purple Hearts. I don't want to be distracted by a music video. These are nostalgic detuned saws, if I remember rightly. Oh, I'm thinking of another track. So that's an organ.
Between the sirens and the saints, too dumb to suffer.
Great break.
Blasting out the last of me before I go. This town, it drags you down. So
Reese-ish kind of bass.
then Tom drops the bombshell. You're coming through, and from the balcony, this dream I've seen is coming true.
So we got a sparkly pad. I know it. Okay. Sounds like Time Machine to me. Or Gross Beat. Time Machine or Gross. Interesting. Nice break. Halftime house. Actually, it's not halftime, is it? It's just not four kicks. It's like more rough garage.
The sweetness in the sound, if you strain your ears.
UK garage, that is.
Little looks your way for years.
Okay, so bendy synth. What is that? What's going on there? I'm hearing 4 layers or 3 layers. It sounds like they're all pitched together with, like I say, either gross beat in FL, or is it just called time? Yeah, time 1 2. You could do it with this kind of synth, this kind of effect. I'll come back to that in a second. Can we even layer anything remotely? Yeah, this is a completely different track to what I was remembering. Surgeon, I'll have a look and certainly write that down. This one's going to take us a while. This is a good one. Plump DJs, Rocket Soul. Getting the chords so massive. Is it Plump DJs that did Yes Yes? Rocking with the Best? I'm sure I was listening to that the other day. I forgot it was Plump DJs, if it was. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That one. If everyone recognises the tune from my wub wub wubs. Rocking with the Best.
The sweetness
Right.
in the sound, if you strain your ears.
Right, so there's 2 things going on here for texture. The top thing's basically a sine wave or a heavily filtered like piano. And then there's a very glassy, what I would call a wave station style texture, doing the pad, the breathy pad thing underneath, which is really what's emphasizing the pitch bend, because you can hear the formants bending, not just the pitch. The actual harmonics within the sound get pitch shifted and bent, and because it's very vocally, it sounds like it's got that slowed down effect thing, not just pitch bent. And then what else is going on under there? Let me grab this just so I can see if I can. It sounds mono, unfortunately. It's probably just a sample. It might be a layer over over an existing sample, and then messed with the pitch of. But I want to see. It sounds like it might be mono, unfortunately. I want to see if I can just hear anything in the side track. That is not the track. Grab. Let me put that in so I can search for it when I forget the track name. Just bypass you for now. In terms of music, it's only moving between chords 1 and 3. But with all that wonkiness, again, doesn't really matter where the movement is, does it? Refs. Is there anything in the side channel?
The balcony, this dream I've seen is coming true.
Okay. Yeah, you can hear everything move by the... There's a Reese kind of bass. Oh, sorry, I tell a lie, the chords do change there. In a way that makes me feel like it is a sample chopped up. That's key to that bendy sound working. Actually, it does sound like a piano now. The more I think about it. Let me just hear the side channel. What can we hear going on? So it's 1-3 there. And then 6-7. I'm wondering. Can we undo the pitch bend and hear what the original clip was? Obviously, I think it goes away by there. Sounds like it's about 3. We'd have to have the exact curve. It's kind of that, isn't it? And it's like the opposite. What is going on with that one? It's definitely a low. Did it start early? Oops. I'm not sure what that would be, but it's obviously going from low to high. Actually, seeing as I can't hear the rhythm change, I wonder if it is done this way instead of the because this would change the rhythm, I think. I'll show you what this thing does. Paint. That's not it. Yeah, we need. It's that kind of thing I was thinking it was doing, like obviously on a shorter time scale. But another free plugin, by the way. Time I can't remember who it's by. Time 12, time on 2. You can get your scratchy vibes out of it if you want as well. But I wonder which way it's done. So I'm hearing the hardest bit is the pad, the wave stationy style pad. It's easy to do the piano and the Reese. By the way, it's a 9th chord. Oh, it's 5/6, not 6/7 at the end. Sorry. I don't even know if where I would go to find a pad like that would be Omnisphere, and I don't have it. Or Korg Wave Station if you've got the Korg collection. Do I have anything remotely similar? Would Serum have any wave stationary style pads by stock? I don't think I've heard one in Vital. You can make them. In terms of making this kind of vibe, though, instead of making your own synths, I would just say go and grab a hip hop sample, moody hip hop sample from Splice, and then pitch it around. Maybe add your own lead sound if it's not got one. Let's have a look at some pads in here. See if we can get anything with the glass. Certainly wouldn't be a string machine. But let's just scroll through. None of that. It's not the kind of thing, but there's some of the glass at the top. It's not. We need a vocally glass. Oh, that's just done with phasing. That's not the same thing. Granular synthesis. That's the idea as well. Again, it's not got the vocal. I swear there'd be tons of them in Atmosphere. I mean Omnisphere. Or Atmosphere. You still got that? There's your bends. Oh, that's got a bit of it. Is it you? Let me just turn these down. No. Is it in here? Oh, I'm hearing... yeah, it's the noise that... Shame about that awful release. It's all hidden behind... Can I not have a phaser? And... anything with phased noise, I suppose, would help. You need something with... I don't know if you saw my video on the croaker, not the croaker sound, I called it the elusive tech house sound, that weird lead Borka thing, and I went into an explanation of uneven harmonics. You need something with uneven harmonics in, which you could get from phased noise. And the reason that works so well is when they get pitched at an audio level, not inside the synth, but pitched as a sample, all of those harmonics change in an unnatural way, which is in the same way that a vocal sounds like you can make a girl sound like a boy or a man sound like a woman, depending on how you pitch them. It actually completely changes the harmonic relationship in a non-linear fashion. And it's that bending of those harmonics that's giving it so much of that character. If you just put any pad in with a piano and a pad and a Reese, you don't get anywhere near as much of that. So far, no dice. We're into pianos now, are we? Soundscape. This is going to be non-musical. Okay. That's some musical stuff. Yeah. We're actually closer at the beginning of that one, I think. Airy chant. What's the first? What's the first one with phased air in it? Almost. It's not the right vibe. It needs to be noisy as well, like a real voice. That's not bad. Let's just... It needs to have tons of attack though. Tons of attack and noise. Also, why is this absolutely caning my CPU? Is that all? Yeah, that's just silent apparently. Nothing else going on. Bit of Chrome. Tell you what, let's disable that window from Chrome just in case. That's not helping. I don't need you open anymore. Or Spotify. Okie dokie. Probably won't help. Noise layer, where are you? I need... Jeebus! It's struggling. Is there a free envelope I can use? Because I need you on that kind of thing. Oh my word, this is awful. Which envelope is going to... Needs to be nearer that. Oh my word. We're gonna have to go down to good quality. No oversampling, or less oversampling. Not helping that much. I'm not even pressing the right number of keys. There's supposed to be at least 6 notes to this chord, and I'm only pressing 4. This is going to kill us. Let's go... Actually, before I forget, just in case any of this goes to... let's just save this... Bthelick, live session... Jun26. Let's get rid of XO and you. Tell you what, let's get the easy bits in. Do a quick re-C style. The scream one's probably fine. Take the bottom end off later. Do do do. Oh, we're in the wrong tempo here. I need to tempo sync. So about 133, looks like. Yeah. Definitely 131. It was what I thought originally, it was just out of time. Can't actually tell what that note is because it's mid-bend. That one's easy, that's 7-3. So weird. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Can't actually hear where... Chord 1, 3, ninth. Actually, I'm wondering now, is it not even... Am I hearing the chords the piano's painting, but I'm not hearing the... Ah, no, that's just the lead sound. I don't know why I was hearing it as a chord pad. It's just doing that. Right. So in that case, we don't even need... Let's just crank the fader. For now, this is not the sound. We need that tie too. Hi, Suprema. Hope everyone is well at your end as well. Thank you. Have I ever done a video on how to keep things organized? Good question. No, I've not done a video on it. I do have a lot of thoughts on it though, especially when you work for other people. Keeping things. Yeah, I've got a lot of systems. Should probably. I've just never really wondered if it would be relevant to most people. And So we need to go some kind of piano. Let's do the Labs lo-fi ones probably good. The old Labs. Soft. The main advice I would give on file organization is put dates on everything. I've never understood why people put final mix or final mix or all that absolute nonsense. Let's just go quick delay and reverb on this thing. It's going to need a filter as well, isn't it? Again, we're going to come out nothing like the reference, but we'll try and get the vibe. Actually, I'm going to go formant filter on that. That needs to have a reese with no low end on it, so let's just... What's that piano doing? I think it's that. I'm just going to put the reverbs. Who knows? So now you realize how loud that has to be. And why it's just not the right sound at all. Actually, can we just go like... I'd like a... Not you, not you, not you. Nothing like. So we don't need that as anywhere near as much anymore. Anyway. Oh dear, oh dear. Actually, I don't even know if that's got a steep enough filter. I'll have to go 48. Or just throw that into a limiter because it's super filtered and peaky. Where is it? Yeah, we're not going to get the pew because we can't. It's all in that wave station patch I need, and that is not it. Pew. It needs to pew on its own before it even gets pitch bent. But anyway, let's take a resample of what we have, or else we're going to be here forever. And then just see what it sounds like pitch bent. Rare limiter appearance, yes. Oh, damn. I resampled with my speech. Let me disable the compressor a second. Right, well. The principle is that. I suppose what we're going to learn now is how important that sound is to this sounding the way it does. I.e., a lot. It matters a lot. It's the pitch needs something, like I say, vocally and noisy to grab. Oh, it doesn't. They didn't do it that way. Like I say, it's probably a chopped up sample, not made with a synth. I mean, not made like this, but. But that's, yeah, I mean, it's got its own mood, I suppose. Yeah. Great challenge. But again, we're probably going to have to move on. Who asked for plump DJs? Yeah, fluty kind of sound. That's why I went for a square wave, but that metronome really ties the room together. Is it doing your head in? Okay. Yeah, not be surprised if that was a preset from Omnisphere. Yeah, pretty sure. I can't remember. It's one of those I keep meaning to reinstall, but I just rarely get the call to use atmospheric pads, which is kind of why I would love that kind of thing. It also does strange leads, obviously, but it's because it's sample based. It is a bit limiting in, you know, when you need to start really manipulating things. It's just, I know it's got a synth engine inside it, but it's still essentially a rompler. And it's one of those. It's always the most interesting sounds that you want to manipulate that you then find out that you can't really change. Yeah. Pew. Actually, it's probably. I'm also hearing the pew might actually be a spot effect that I'm confusing with one of the synth melodies, or unless it's a layer inside the. No, it is part of the lead. Yeah, it's just a layer on the. But I'm hearing it as a separate noise now. Anyway, doesn't matter. We better crack on. So it was Plump DJ's Rocket Soul. Actually, before I forget, was it? I just need to know. Is it Plump DJs that did Yes Yes? It is, yeah, okay. Oh, is it? Oh no, it's Hybrid Theory's remix I'm thinking of. Yeah. That's the one I'm thinking of. But it was a Plump DJ's track. Rocket Soul. Why are the chords so massive? Was the question. Again, I've not written down who it was. Surgeon, was it? Surgeon, thank you. Oh, these, okay. Lots of harmonics would be the reason. Well, we've got multiple. Again, we've got I think 3 layers, 4 layers coming in. You mean those intro chords, right? Or these? I presume you mean the intro chords. Yeah, it's very organ-like, which means lots of octaves, fifths, and thirds. Right, how the hell would you approach that? We've got 2 sounds. I mean, 3 sounds, sorry. So you've got... There's a bass in octaves. And I think there's a... okay, hang on. Yeah, so a couple of ways we could go about this. Let's just bring that in. It's almost got a church organ effect to it, hasn't it? Like a real big organ, which is... let me save my CPU and get rid of that. And I'll save. Let me tell you what I'm hearing in terms of... So the bass is independent of the chord. What I'm trying to work out is there's an extra middle note when I'm trying to work out if it's on the bass patch or if it's on the upper patch. See this extra fifth makes things sound very low. Where are you? There. Organ harmonics. Sounds like. But there, so you got your 1376 in the bass line, but the tops aren't doing that. But there is a na na. Yeah, there's a na 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 na. I'm trying to decide if that's on the bass patch or not. Then you've got the lead going. I can't do that octave. Na na. There. And these are all the harmonics of the pad. The upper thing. This is a held pad that's not changing chord. Well, I mean, it's not changing chord in the same direction as the bass. Oh yeah, what's in the side channel? Not a lot. Yeah, that might be the pad I can hear that's not changing much. It's just holding two notes. Well, holding one and then changing one note. Playing two notes, changing one of them. On a sparkly sound. So it's either got actually, speaking of labs, let me just go back to labs. Have there got any organs in it? It's filtered off, isn't it? Is that all? What are you? That's reverb amount. No control of the filter. That's a shame. That had potential. Ah, shame about the temporary nature of it. It's got some of the right tones in there for the top. How about one of the Look No Computer synths? Obviously we need reverb, big reverb. So let's go back to Dragon. Dragon might not be bright enough actually for this, but I'll start there. Dragonfly. I go to obviously all the big sounding reverbs. So that's just doing what key we in? I think the whole thing's put through a pad, by the way, as well. Surprisingly mono. When you said why do the pads sound so massive, I was already ready to say, even before I heard things, there's going to be some stereo thing going on, but there isn't. What did I hear again? It was higher than this. Yeah. Oh, I've not got any timing, have I? Doesn't matter. Yeah, that is right. The two notes are this. It's probably double. Let me just go. Is it going to be at that 140? It just holds. And it's actually the octave above in the harmonics that we really need out of that. Them things. I'll keep the low ones in there. Don't ask me what that waveform is. Again, it sounds like lots of octaves. In fact, we need even more than that. Let's get... Oh, I won't go higher than that. Can we have them? Yeah, we need stuff up there. Right up there. Right up there. And then as for sound, is it a 3-octave bass? And then we'll fill in the middle. Very growly. The growl's coming from the layered octave. I'll just do it in the synth. I don't know if we start there. Yeah, it's like it's under the fundamental. It's like an extra. That's what's giving that extra fifth harmonic I was trying to find. Seven. Then what else is going on in here? So that's it's possibly chorus. I mean, whoa. It's definitely not open all the way. We know that much. It's probably distorted because I'm hearing more. I'm hearing more intermodulation distortion from that lowest octave. Oh, we need to be off. Not phase. There we go. We didn't need much distortion after all. Again, we'll probably need to go through tape or something. Sounds like it might be saturated. I don't think. Oh yeah, we're not doing stereo chorus, are we? Right. And it sounds like a guitar-y... It's just constantly falling, isn't it? Onto the pitches of different parts of the chord. What is that? There's a feedback kind of vibe where there's an extra octave harmonic takes over. I don't know if that's on. Yeah. Trying to work out what would be a good start. You could do it on a synth. Pretty. Let's put it through a guitar amp and see what happens. Well, I've got the thing here. Oh, IK. Come on, IK. Maybe it was a mistake. Don't run official plugins, kids. They just crash. Get the crack instead, so it doesn't have to check. Hey, we're in. Okay. Take it all back. It's fine. You just have to phone the internet. Check everything was legit. We definitely need a lot of delay. I probably only need a sine wave and an octave. I'm going to start there anyway. Question is, do we put the delay after the cab or before the cab? I'm going to put it after for now. Doesn't matter what it is. Let's just grab our old favorite delay. Plenty of glide. Lot soft attack. And then this will creep in as feedback and take over. So let's do saw up. Oh no, we're doing it on an envelope. Do it on an envelope. Because it needs to stay, doesn't it? Oh, does it need to fade back out a bit? I don't know. Kind of got the vibe. Random. Yeah, less in phase makes it take over a bit. Let's just start there. What tone is it doing? Oh, it's chorus as well. It is definitely chorused. Let's use guitar pedal chorus because that's different. It's more vintage, man. What have we got? What have we got? What have we got? Have we got a boss? Yeah, there's one. Can I have you like there? So it's on. It sounded like it was on. It's higher than that, isn't it? No. I'll sort this tone out in a minute. Why are we getting no chorus? Because we're just on a sine wave and it needs to be actually... I don't think guitar amps care about anything. Unless the guitar amp is like a layer. Yeah, I might have to do that. And the boss goes there. Oh, I've just got rid of it. Alright, let's use let's just use Ableton's for a minute. Put it after everything. Chorus ensemble. There we go, we got that. Where does it go? It's just ever so slightly. It feels like it goes there. Again, very slow bend. We'll have to put like yeah, and then it sounds like that. Something obviously not there yet. Right, so we've got to do we've definitely got to look at what microphones are on this thing. It feels like a smaller speaker would be beneficial. I like the orange. 1B12. Probably not a Marshall we'd want either. What would you go with? Let's just try a clean Fender for a minute. That feedback's working. Something for the top end, not a Neumann. Does it have a oh yeah, there we go. And then it carries on, doesn't it? It goes down again. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. Why am I still getting used to it? Then it goes there. You probably manually do this bending. Anyway, it's in the area. You get the idea. Those are the kind of layers I'm hearing. There might be another pad underneath. Now, there's a character going on. When I said I could hear it going through, we've got some awkward mid stuff. Like I say, either going through tape or another speaker simulation or like a parallel. Oh, not that. But if we just spectrum rip it, we'll see the kind of the difference. Targets. Oh, damn. Press the wrong button. Didn't get that feedback right, did I? But you get the idea. And then put you on, well, the master for now. And obviously you wouldn't have that glide at the beginning. Yeah, sort that out, and then source. Well, that's MP3, but you'll see the difference here. There you go. Nasty. Those are top end. Yes, we are clipping. Thanks for reminding me. Well, I hope they helped you train your ears a bit into something what's going on in there. I can't remember who asked for the chords, so anyway, what we're discussing, the server, the Discord. What is Steve's having a look, is he? Hello, Shazzy. Sorry, missing a lot of messages. Oh, you know what? As well, it's ever since my stream went down, I didn't notice it had defaulted to the whole top chat instead of every chat again. So I probably missed a ton more messages. Apologies. Surgeon? Was it asked? Yeah, but it's Surgeon? Okay. Shazzy wants to know, oh, the punchy horns that you used on the Jam and Dangerous tracks, Michael Jackson. Well, that's not what Michael Jackson used, is it? You want to, all you need to do to find out what those are is look up Teddy Riley's gear. They'll either be sampled stabs. I know he used a lot of the classic Fairlight stab, resampled into an Akai, or obviously live brass players. If I remember, Dangerous was produced by Teddy Riley. He did most of the actual sounds. Let me find out. Girl is so dangerous. And all the drums, of course, because it's swinging like a MFer. Those, what I call biscuit tin snares. Bespoke snares of Teddy's. Incredible percussion. Oh, are we not going to load? What a snare. Yeah, so you've got, are you talking about the beep? The that's known as an orchestra hit.
The way she came into the place, I knew her
is the name you're actually looking for.
There was something different about this girl. The way she moved, her hair, her face, her lines, divinity in motion. As she stalked the room, I could feel the aura of her presence. Every head turned, feeling passion and lust. The girl was persuasive.
I don't think there's any real brass in this one, is there? Yeah. All sounds like orchestra hit. Teddy Riley. Yeah, if you didn't know, look up Teddy Riley's work, because whether it's Blackstreet, whether it's Bobby Brown, Keith Sweat, who else did he do? He even basically invented that kind of, well, he didn't invent swing, but what they call swing groove, like, what was it, jacking? Swing jack? Can't remember the name of the genre they gave it now, but it was all after him. Thanks, Twisterfer. Please you look at recreating the piano chords in Jada G's Both of Us. Absolutely love them. Yeah, okay. We can do that. Let me see if I can find this stab. Is it going to come if I put orc hit? That's kind of the idea. Pitched up, not as lo-fi. You're looking for the classic Stravinsky one, not that. It's not far off that. Although that's playing a fifth chord, you want one that's playing just a single. Well, it's basically a bunch of octaves. What would it be on? Would it just be listed as hip hop hit? See, they'd put it as under percussion. There, that's the Stravinsky one. It's like that, but not the lo-fi version. The one that's got top end still in it. Yeah, he's in the area. I mean, its original name is an orchestra hit. Some might just call it a brass hit, but it's a sample. It's not something you're going to make in a synth. I need to take out what would it be? Cinematic? See, that's just strings. So I don't know why it's coming up while I'm searching for brass. And that is brass, but it's just low trombones, no octaves, no. You're kind of looking for the whole brass section. That's another low trombone, single note, no octaves. That's kind of got a bit of it in there, but again, that's the idea, but it's lo-fied. I suppose I just need to take out FX and percussion. And then when you find it, by the way, it's all single notes. I know, as soon as I hear it. No, we had better results with orchestra hit, didn't we? Its original name. Let me minus percussion. Minus effects, probably minus cinematic. I wouldn't call it cinematic. It's probably it's in there as well, but against all of it. At some point, it will have become a Rompler preset. Chrome is messing up my graphics. Does that sometimes? Nice. Still getting tons of drums. But anyway, yeah. Orchestra hit is the thing you're looking for. Actually, before I even check, has Ableton got one built in? How about under... Oh, that's my Mega Drive. Someone trying to do Mortal Kombat. It's not the Kurzweil one. Not quite the same as... Yeah. That's a major chord. It's not the same. That's the Stravinsky one, right? So it's not... It's higher than that. Told you I'm an L. Whatever that is. Where is that? Oh, it's Splice. Okay. Splice. They're all free. Oh yeah, what's the Proteus one? Speaking of romplers, might have one in there. But yeah, there's no special processing or anything. There's nothing like giving it that punch. It's just all in the actual sound, the sample. KX, was it TX? Sorry, not KX. You might find it in some of the free Rompler type places. Oh, I bet Korg O1W had it at one point. Question is there anything here called Orchestra Hit, or you can't audition these before you load them? That's the annoying thing with these old school samples. There's an orchestra. Is it an Orchestra Hit? Not quite. But it is that kind of Rompler brass vibes. You just need, if you don't have the sound, you have to layer. It's like 4 or 5 octaves. X5D have one. Not called Orchestra Hit. Oh, let's just see M1, Kurzweil, K200. OBX brass is a synth brass. Nothing called Hit. Proteus probably does. Oh, why are you not in alphabetical order, you swine? Horns section. We saw it up here, didn't we? There, 151. What are you like? Liar, that's just strings. I've not got money from a GD 990. Doesn't look like anything indicates it would be. What have we got here? What the hell's a rave string? Techno hit? What's a techno hit? Aha! Roland JD 2080. There's your kind of thing. Oh, Steve's off. Thank you. Yeah, it is Mortal Kombat. Can't remember how it goes. Mortal Kombat. No, I've never heard it called a techno hit before. It's probably to avoid copyright. No one's ever going to find it. But yeah, I mean, it's not exact, but that's, again, you've got an ear for the sound you're listening for now. It's mostly octaves. There is a bit of a fifth in there, actually, but also the same kind of sound as Strings of Life, isn't it? Thanks, Weird. Thank you very much for all the donos and for setting up the thing. Email me. Bthelick at Gmail. With the link to the... Oh, no, sorry, no, you've sent it on Ko-fi, haven't you? Yeah. You can email me anyway, just in case. But yeah, send me a link to that you set up, and we'll go through it. Unless it's grabbed the link because there's some kind of filter on there that happens. It definitely happens on YouTube. We'll see. But yeah. As for how to get Teddy's drums, don't ask me. I have no idea. That Fairlight sample, yes, as the one. Oh, it was chords for Swiftifer. Right, so let's do that now. J to G. Are you sure you don't want the chords from Gina G, who are just a little bit? No? We want J to G. Both of us. Let's have a look, shall we? Or listen. Let's get a piano ready, shall we? What's going on with that mess of a low end? Okay, so we're kind of crunchy, aren't we? Sounds like chords 1 and 2. Non-diatonic. But I will have a listen properly. Oh, we've gone solo-y. With a very strange bass choice. Okay. Sounds played left to right, doesn't it? Not programmed. It's following a obviously progression though. Yeah, this is played. Getting vibes of Clapton's remix of Liquid Spirit, aren't we? a remix? Sounds remixed. That's a club what I like to call a nonsense bottom end. Just a bunch of deep noises that don't necessarily relate to the piano. Oh. Classic DJ move. We're going to slow down, speed up. Yeah, still the same chords. Okay. What was I looking for? Sorry, I was looking for... I just want the Ableton standard piano. Oh. What the hell's going on here? Oh, right. Part of the video. Yeah, that's the two chords. How did Ableton search get so bad? If I search piano, I no longer get to search. Huh? These are all just presets. I want... Oh, I suppose just load that. Used to be able to load sampler, then find all the presets within sampler, but they've just got rid of the... I just want a generic piano. How can it be so hard? Right, let's find out. Oh, it's not B again, is it? Another B. This can't be... No. Okay. G sharp.
Sometimes in life, this is how you have to explain shit. Jada, what is it you want to be able to do to this song?
Oh, he's producer, has he? Okay. That makes the plain sense then. Okay, let's just work these out. It sounds like 1 and 2 in G sharp minor. It might not be. Oh, sorry, no, C sharp minor. What am I on? Yeah. Okay, yeah, so we're looking at let's go back to housey tempo, doesn't really matter. So the main idea is it's a lead mashed over a chord. Happens a lot in piano music. Let's just do bit of syncopation. over the bar line. We are swinging. Let's put a bit on there. I'll come to the actual rhythm in a minute, but it's basic. Your low end's just that, really. 1 and 2, C sharp. Actually, let me explain this in A. So if you don't know C sharp minor, it'd be harder to actually. Let me go up an octave. If you just build a minor chord and a seventh, I don't know if that one's syncopated as well. Doesn't matter. That's kind of all it is. Technically not chord 2 because we're out of the white notes here. So this would either be, you'd either class it as Dorian or, but the melody on top is it started on the 9th. Yeah, it's just, well, I say 9th of the chord, note 2 of the scale, 2 1 1 7 7. And then it's a do 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 do. I think it's that. On actually, it might be that. So it's very different in C sharp because of the voicing, but you bring it down here. Obviously, velocities are a thing. You want the lead to be very loud. Now the melody does not move up. So the chords are mashed under that same melody both times. You get the idea. You'd have to... At some point he does jump up the octave. We don't have to be fussy about velocities there anymore. Obviously, lots of improvisation along the way. But that's... Is it just doodle-doo each time? Can't remember. So these middle sections are just sometimes moving the melody, sometimes not. But the chords underneath are always the same thing. Improvised. Yeah, so it's all just variations on that same 4 notes. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Joins the syncopation there. And improvisations are all just, it's just mashing like one key, or you'll have it's always trying to emulate what vocalists are doing. You know, these kind of these little jab notes in there. Those kind of things. Sometimes on that octave, sometimes down there. But yeah, just this, it's all that kind of stuff. Chords 1 and 2 in, I'll call it C sharp Dorian. So it's just like minor, but the note 6 is sharp. So if I show you back in A, instead of all the white keys, note 6, which would normally be an F, is F sharp instead. That's the difference. Doesn't sound as good in A because it's too low for a chord in the left hand. A bit too chunky. And up the octave, a bit too high. Oops. Oh, speaking of octaves, actually, I did go back to the original key. I did hear occasionally a doubling towards the end, trying to pick up the energy. Octaves sound great on piano. Yeah, so did that make any sense? I suppose this is one of those situations where my usual advice just to program everything in A and then transpose it doesn't work because it sounds wrong, but it's only really a problem for FL Studio users, unfortunately, because in Ableton you can program that in A as long as you've got a MIDI shifter. You can actually just have the MIDI already pitched before it gets to the sound, so you don't lose any. You don't have to deal with any audio pitch shifters where you lose quality and have tons of lag and stuff. So now we're in A, we've got the original pitch back. A to C sharp is 4, by the way, up 4. Blah, blah, blah. Ideally, you want to not do it this way, though. You want to jump on the keys yourself. Just get the left hand going. Just on 2 chords. Play around some different rhythms and syncopation. Like I say, you want a kind of semi-swung house beat, semi-disco even. Will do the job. Get that tracked live, and then noodle. You just want, what notes do you want? You want, if you're in A, you actually want to be playing around G. Almost feels like it's home. If you take those notes of the melody on its own, which is G, A, B, D, again, before we transpose, before we shift to C sharp, those are actually 7, 1, 2, 4. In G major, they would be, I mean, in the major key of this would be 1, 2, 3, 5. But that's not what's going on underneath. So it's almost as if it wasn't classed as C sharp Dorian, these would be, the other way of looking at it would, to make sense of the melody, because melodies don't normally sit on note 7, right? That shouldn't sound like home. G should not sound like home if the key was in A Dorian. So the only other way of explaining that would be this is actually chord 4 and 5 in E. And it's just one of those tracks that never actually goes to its home key. Because then this would make a lot more sense. This would be note 3 in E. And that kind of does sound like that could also be a home. So the equivalent in its real key would be chords 4 and 5 in G sharp. That's why I initially said G sharp. I thought it was going to be in G sharp because I was listening to the melody notes. And then I realized the bass was on C sharp. I was like, oh, I think I just got my fifth wrong. But no, I think it is actually technically a G sharp track that just never goes to G sharp. That's what explains the melody anyway. Yeah. Or if you're programming on the white notes, it's A and B, never going to E. But yeah. Ideally, you want that vibe. Get it recorded live. Even if you're a terrible player, you can just slow the track down to half, right? Have I got like just a standard loopy loop? What's swung? There you go. That's kind of fret against swingy, isn't it? There you go. It's probably not got the hi-hats for it, but maybe I'll get a... we got a disco loop? That's not got the off-hat. Nice. I need a house loop, though. Actually, let's just... While I do like the live sound of them drums. They're not swung. Garage. Oh, okay, fine. Freddy's semi-garage. It is swung after all. Those are the hi-hats I need anyway, the 9090 type. Let's just not have them very loud. Oh, something's half time. In beats mode. Oh no, we're at 160. Oh, I'm a fool. I forgot I put it down to 66 because I was about to explain. So it was the right tempo. Now the other ones are out. Okay, so I don't like the other one. Oh, that's annoying. The fill at the very end's square and the rest of it's swung. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, ideally you want 3 minutes of this. Hit record. Slow it down. Oh, I forgot to put it in beats mode. No, we don't want it in beats mode. There we go, that'll do. That sounds like a mess. We don't want that loop. Yeah, just hit record. Record at this tempo. Do yourself a full take. Try and put some slight variations in. And then get another piano. It doesn't have to be played at the same time. Left, right hand. And then do your noodles. See what comes out. See, I've already latched onto that, I like. And just to show you what I'm doing, I'm literally just playing notes next to one another. I am hitting that sharp there for the one that's changed in the A chord. But yeah, you just slow it down to as much as you need, so you can, and then noodle away and find some nice bits, cut them out, and then get back up to. As for your bass, by the way, you don't have to do anything. You really don't have to do anything special with your bass. You can just have a. Well, you heard what he had. It was sometimes it was notes, sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes it was just a noise down in the sub area. If you go in pure club, you can do that. If not, you can just get your classic. Just take a load of tops off a saw wave, and I need to make sure I'm also transposed. Maybe I put an octave in, maybe I don't. C sharp's low, isn't it? just that. Something down there, just. Obviously, terrible in progress type improvisation, but yeah, you just literally holding the root rhythm of the piano on those two notes. Or you can do it. He does. I don't know. He plays some. Play around with some low notes. Yeah, it's too low down there. You could do that. You'd have to actually roll the sub content off it if you like the tone of it. It is possible to play down there. It's just most systems will not like it. You'd have to do like a false low bass kind of thing. Get away with that. Anyway, still need a good, a better housey top end, and didn't really find one in time. Hey, very hard to get those snare tones right. Whoever's done that's really done really well. Oh, we've not got loops selected over here. I should have gone to actual house, not just every loop I own. But, yeah, nothing super mega daft crazy. Now go up to 170 BPM. Yeah. Makes me sound like a much better player. But again, going back to that rant on, you know, anti-AI things, it's probably an advantage if you know, even if you've just got a little 25 key thing, start playing some parts in, keep them a little rough, not completely in time. As long as you're grooving to it, obviously, you don't want bad playing just for the sake of it sounding different. But you know, groove is important. But I think we need a bit more of that. Obviously, it helps if your dad and your uncle are extremely rich, so you've got time to practice. like Fred. But you know, there's nothing to stop you having a go. What was I going to say about? Oh yeah. I actually put what was it? I was fiddling around with. Which one was it? Oh, no, it wasn't the UK. Oh, it might have been this one. Yeah, I was playing around with the garage track the other day. I was like, why don't I throw a keyboard solo in? Because why not? Where is it? I'm sure it's in this one. Yeah, it's in this one. '70s style. Another thing you'll find when you start playing, if you try to play in your own keys, even if you're not very good, you'll have better natural note length instinct than you would if you program in with the mouse. You'll let go of the keys at different times than you would when you program them, and it's very important in terms of kind of the feel to the part usually. Again, you don't have to be a player. This is all just one note at once, but yeah. You see that? That kind of stuff. It's very hard to program. Some of those notes are so short they don't even really play as notes. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give it a go. By the way, for that I just ran my hands down the black keys. I didn't play that. And it's all that with like 8 different parts glued together. So yeah, threw one in the middle of a garage track. Why not? Try some live playing. Oh, 10:15. We better go. I gotta eat.
Oh my gosh, don't you know? Coming with the rhythm and the flow. Oh.
Coming with the rhythm and the flow. The only half decent vocals I could find off Splice.
Oh my gosh, rhythm and the flow, rhythm and the flow, rhythm and the flow, rhythm and the flow, rhythm and the flow.
I'm feeling golden, lost in the moment. It's taking over me.
I can't remember why we were doing Cheddar Speed Garage. But there we go. Because I don't say no to anyone. Let's throw that in. Right. I will, oh, thank you very much, Grover. Oof. Wondering if you could dissect how Oddmob makes his bass in Underground. I'm about to go now, but let's have a quick, I will note it for next time. I will have a quick listen. If there's anything obvious, I will say. One more song, one more song. Flat 7, sharp 7. We have... Oh, don't tell me the internet's gone. Are we still on stream? Looks like we're still streaming. Hello? Is that an advert? Let's try again. Might have been the advert trying to kick in against my ad blocker. No? Just doesn't like being... Oh, it's one of them.
I ain't going if it ain't underground.
Wowzer. What is going on with the stream? Try a different... Reset the... Okay, so that's not too different to what a Craze did with that big one he did. Yeah, it's not musical. You just need a sub. It's almost like an 808 that's being pitched really fast. Boom, boom, like boom, 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 boom. It's basically a diver kick type thing, but slower. A lot depends on the kick, by the way. Yeah, this is the kick relationship has to be good, or else this doesn't work. It's kind of a rumble-based concept, but it's rhythmic. It's acting like a tom part. You just need like just send an envelope to pitch. Probably not more than an octave at all, i.e. less than 12. We want some harmonics, so it's either filtered stuff or it's let's do that so you can hear the pitch. It does have a percussive start, so maybe what we were talking about earlier, you might want to put a little spike bump on the pit. Hang on, sustain. So, best way to get the harmonics is just run a sine wave through some distortion. It does need to have that spike. Let me get rid of that tick at the end there. If I bypass that, you'll hear the starts different. Okay. Got that because it's actually playing a percussive role. And then you need to be what's the rhythm? We're heavily swung. It sounds like dudum dudum. Yeah. Oops. I've set off another loop. Yeah, so you're just running. It's just that, really. Where's my 16s? Yeah, this is 16s. The rhythm is The kick will probably take care of that transient. Sounds like something like that. And then sidechain the crap out of it. Sorry, the filter needs to go after the harmonics. And it's you're going to want more. It doesn't. You don't want it to settle on a pitch. So we need more. We need more pitch amount and then lower, and you'll probably end up getting rid of the lowest subs out of it. You don't need to settle down there, but it's that kind of thing. Oh, I'm halfway across the bar here. You have to fine tune your pitches, but that's all it is. It's just you've just got really. It's just punchy bent sub rumble running under a house. The only way it survives, obviously, is good sidechain. So you'll need probably compactor on that one because it's pretty constant. So you do want to fill the gaps a bit. Use kilohertz free compactor as your sidechain off the kick drum. As for the kick drum, I was going to comment on that, wasn't I? I'd have to have a proper rip of it. It sounds pretty short. Yeah, it can't settle on that lowest pitch. It's higher. And you also want to do a bit of it can't stay there either. Like it doesn't go all the way. You want some volume envelope as well. But that's the principle underneath what's going underneath there. It's nothing mega. Oh yeah, don't forget to put at least probably 60% swing on. Yeah, that won't matter until you match up against the rest of a groove. You won't be able to hear the difference, but heavily swung, heavily groovy. Short punchy kick, probably. Compact 3D sidechain. You should probably you'll get pretty close. Don't forget to reference it. But thank you for the donation. I am going to have to go. If it didn't make sense, come back to us end of next month, the next live stream, or ask in the YouTube comments. I might make a cool video. Sub bumps like a craze, and I don't know what they're called. Non-bass bass lines, non-bassline basses, or something. Not quite sub rumbles. Yeah, could make a video, but yeah. If it didn't make sense, comment in one of the videos, or catch me next live stream at the end of next month, last Sunday. Cool. Thank you, Grover. Right, I better dash. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Thanks for all the donos. Thanks to Weird or Red for starting the Discord thing off. So let's see if we can get that up and running soon. Speed side quest ending. Yes. Cheers, Cook. Cheers, Christopher. Cheers, you are awesome. You are awesome. Thank you. Cheers, Grover. Cheers, Little B. Little Big Turk. There we go. Cheers, Shazzy. Cheers, Little Saf. I will play that and then see you in a bit. Oh, I don't think. Sorry, Cook. I don't think it's. It's not letting links through. I don't think YouTube does. I'll get it off the Ko-fi. Don't worry. Thank you. Cheers, guys.